Sports.
We are Blackmore. We are St. Louis.
A big crowd arriving on a warm August evening in St. Louis. The Cardinals hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers here tonight at Busch Stadium. Game 3 of a 4-game series. The Redbirds won here last night to stop the Dodgers' 15-game road winning streak. Edward Mujica has been a big part of the Cardinals' success in 2013. 30 saves, second in the National League. He finished up Game 2 here last night in style. Mujica has given the Cardinals some life and some personality. Glad you're with us on Fox Sports Midwest. Rick Horton with Al Raboski. And Al, a very nice win for St. Louis here last night.
You know, Ricky, this game of baseball is so amazing. It's so beautiful. Take last night. The Dodgers had their ace out there. It looks like it's a pitching mismatch, and Joe Kelly outpitches the Dodger ace. What a great game this is, and we look forward to another amazing matchup here again tonight.
Well, when you think Dodgers and Cardinals, you do think pitching. When we come back, we're going to look at both staffs. That's after this on Fox Sports Midwest. Cardinals ace Adam Wainwright looking for his 14th victory. Not good enough. The problem, he ran into a hot Zach Greinke and the Cardinals dropped game 1. The Dodgers ace went here last night. That's Clayton Kershaw, maybe the National League's best pitcher. He also had a very good game, just 2 earned runs in 6 innings. His problem was Joe Kelly. He was even better as Kershaw took the loss. Al Raboski, how about tonight's starting pitchers?
Another good pitching matchup. Shelby Miller, 6-2, 1.74 ERA at home. And Ricky Nolasco, over his last 4 starts against St. Louis, he has an ERA of 1.01.
2 good starters here tonight. Matt Adams will be in the lineup for the Cardinals. But who's the real source of power for the Cardinals? We'll take a look at that when we come back. Having another big season. He has been the model of consistency throughout his career in the big leagues. In fact, 20 or more home runs 11 times, up among some big names in baseball. And he did it here last night, Al, picking up home run number 20 this year.
Been a long time. He never homered in the month of July. The last time that happened was his very first month in the big leagues in September of 1998. He got a split finger from league. It didn't move until it went into the Cardinal bullpen.
Beltran in the lineup in the 3rd spot again tonight. More from downtown St. Louis and Busch Stadium after this. the West Coast all the way to Boston for the launch of Fox Sports 1, America's new sports network. Today they're in Anaheim. Let's check in with the girls.
Hey guys, day 2, road to launch for Fox Sports 1. Just got off the Fox Sports 1 Fan Express bus and we're here in my hometown in Anaheim. Come on. At the Fox Sports 1 Fan Express bus, we were excited to meet the Angel fans and sign autographs before the game. Asha and I showed Cletus around Angel Stadium. The fans were excited to meet him and pose for a picture or two. All of us Fox Sports girls headed out for the game. Even Cletus. It was so much fun. During the 7th inning, we got to run out of the field and excite the crowd by throwing out some rally cookies. Day 2 for Road to Launch for Fox Sports 1. The day is almost complete and we are getting ready to go to Phoenix. The fans are amazing, everything was so much fun, and I'm ready to go to bed. So, day 2, we're out.
Fox Sports 1 premieres August 17th. For more photos and video and to follow along with the rest of the journey, visit foxsports.com/road to launch. Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some Buds. See your Mid-America Chevy dealer or log on to STLChevy.com. Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers, #1 for quality tires and expert auto service. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by Steak and Shake, just no equal. Game 3 of the series, Shelby Miller will pitch for St. Louis. And let's take a look at our Toyota keys to the game, Al.
Well, we want to say score first because both these clubs are not the best at come-behind wins, even though the Dodgers had 7 come-behind wins of 23 on the year during their 15-game winning streak on the road. When the Cardinals really need about 4 runs to win, when they score 3 runs or less, they are 11-36. And the Dodgers have 22 of those. Both these pitching staffs have similar ERAs, but the Dodgers can win with less runs.
We'll take a look at that Dodger offense, second in the National League in batting average, just behind the St. Louis Cardinals, and some changes for L.A. Carl Crawford in that familiar leadoff spot. Jerry Hairston Jr. gets the start at third. Gonzalez, Puig, and Ethier again in the middle for Don Mattingly. Skip Schumacher, former Cardinal, will start at second base. Fedorovich will be the catcher. D. Gordon plays shortstop and hits 8th, and Ricky Nolasco, the pitcher, the former Marlin, bats 9th. Our Dobbs Cardinals defense, Holiday, J. Beltran in the outfield. Carpenter and Descalzo again up the middle. Freeze and Adams at the corners. Tony Cruz behind the plate for Shelby Miller, and that means no Alan Craig in the Cardinals lineup. And here are the numbers of the Cardinals' sensational rookie Shelby Miller, brought to you by Kia.
Well, he's doing an outstanding job. He's making his 22nd start. He does have one complete game out of those 11 wins. The ERA is 10th best in the National League. He's starting to eat up some innings right here, keep those walks down, and he's got a chance to be among the best rookies ever in strikeout totals in their rookie year. Keep the ball in the ballpark, don't walk many, and you got a good chance to win.
It's Star Wars night here at Busch Stadium. Adam Wainwright looks ready. He's locked in, trying to get everybody else to play along. And begrudgingly, they do. He's something else, isn't he?
Well, Mike Matheny was asked about his favorite Star Wars movie, and he goes, I never saw any of them. And then people didn't believe it. But he said, no, I was too busy playing baseball, football, basketball, whatever. We didn't have a family that had a lot of TVs, and we didn't do a lot of movies. We just all played sports.
He may be educated tonight looking around the stands.
Where's Yoda? Saw him with Bill Finley earlier.
This game is now underway. Fastball from Shelby Miller a bit high at 93 miles an hour to Carl Crawford. Crawford 7 for his last 21.
And you're looking for Princess Leia.
Oh boy. Line drive off of Miller. Ouch. Where did that hit him? Ball goes into left field, and Shelby is in some pain. The back of the Cardinals mound, and fearful that that may have hit his throwing arm. That ball was crushed by Carl Crawford.
Got the right arm.
Looks like it did get him maybe just above the elbow, perhaps. Oh my.
Right at the elbow area, and that does not look good, as you can see the pain that he's in. That was not a glancing blow either.
Shelby throwing his glove down in disgust, and who can blame him? This is how the game starts. Tried to get out of the way. First I thought it might have hit him in the back, but it looks like it does get his throwing arm out.
You can see him right there. He's unprotected and right at the elbow. And he's out of this ball game, and our thoughts are with Shelby in that elbow right now.
Miller gets walked off. We're going to take a timeout and regroup. Reliever all season long. Our Chevy called to the bullpen. He's appeared in 7 games, and his ERA is at 9. And some anxious moments for the Cardinals and John Mozeliak as they had to witness this line drive. First batter of the game, it's Carl Crawford.
That's right on the elbow, maybe slightly below it, but I mean that got a lot of bone and not much flesh or meat at that spot of the arm, and you could tell he was hurting. And Mo was thinking.
Lasik will have plenty of time to get loose, so we'll step aside for a moment. We'll be back after this. A dramatic turn of events here in the top of the first inning at Busch Stadium. First batter of the game, Carl Crawford. Line drive off the pitching elbow of Shelby Miller. He has been removed from the game, and the Cardinals call on Michael Blasik. He was given plenty of time to get loose out of the Cardinals bullpen. And he has not started a game this year, but has started some in his minor league career. And his first pitch is a strike to Jerry Hairston Jr. And Al, all we can kind of do is hope right now that Shelby Miller has not got a serious situation, a bruise, hopefully, that is not worse than that, but we're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, it's no help for us to speculate. We'll just wait till we get a medical report.
Little looper to the right side, and Matt Carpenter backpedals and makes the play. Broken bat, out number 1, and a good start for Blasik.
You know, this is Blasik's 8th appearance. He has no record in 9 ERA, and really what's gotten Michael in a lot of trouble is walks and the home run ball. His opponents are just hitting .217 against him, but he's given up too many walks. He's given up 6 walks, 8 strikeouts, 2 home runs, just 5 hits allowed, 6 runs. They've all been earned. And he's thrown a total of 6 innings. Hopefully he can get something like that and max his double his total today. Doubtful, though.
Good changeup from Blasik. We've seen a changeup, a pretty sharp curveball.
Very wicked curveball, and he throws in the mid-90s. It's one of the better 35th round selections that you'll ever see. That's where he was picked up by the Cardinals in the June 2007 draft. He was a closer at Memphis. They really like him.
Jams Adrian Gonzalez, who does have a quick bat, but not quick enough to catch up with that pitch. He's a 4-time All-Star. Gonzalez As we mentioned last night, it hits very well at Busch Stadium. His numbers at 366.
He's been a terrific player. You mentioned 4-time All-Star, 3-time Gold Glove, Silver Slugger Award with Boston.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. He blows it by him. Good start for the Cardinal right-handed reliever.
Let's take a look at this fastball. Look at that upstairs where you can change the eye angle, get a good, terrific hitter to go after that pitch up there, and a lot of it will produce the swing and miss or pop up.
Brought to you by Plaza Tire Service.
You know, you have to be able to throw hard to pitch up in the zone. But if you have that ability, hitters see it at eye level. They love to swing at it, but usually can't catch up to it.
Crawford still at second base. Dodgers have not been able to advance him. And it's Yasiel Puig who takes ball one. Spinning out of the batter's box. He is certainly a loose guy, and we've seen that in the outfield, on the bases, in the batter's box. 5-game hitting streak for Puig, but more than that, he has been just lifeblood for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Well, they knew in spring training he hit over 500. He was just a terrific player. Signed a big contract out of Cuba, a defector.
Good swing there.
Once he got to the major leagues, and it kind of coincided as the team started getting a little healthier, and in particular Hanley Ramirez, who injured himself Sunday before the Dodgers came into town, this team took off.
Only 22 years of age, Yasiel Puig. Average at 373, and he swings and misses at that sharp breaking ball in the dirt, blocked by Tony Cruz, who's done a nice job behind the plate, filling in for Yadier Molina.
See where his National League rookie ranks are, first and everything, and he has not played in that many games. That's what's amazing about his stats, is he's just been on fire.
Hasn't been here long, but has had 9 games where he's had 3 or more hits.
It's only his 56th game tonight.
Curveball hit hard, and it's fair. Knocked down by David Freese, and he saves a run. Outstanding effort by the Cardinal third baseman. Otherwise, it's 1-0 LA.
David playing close to that line anyway, and then this ball over the bag. Has enough time to dive for it. He deflects it, keeps it in the vicinity, just gets to the outfield grass, and Crawford can only go to third base. So terrific play that does save a run. And now Blasek will have a chance to escape this against Ethier.
One of those plays in baseball that doesn't result in a number or a stat, but it's a big play. It's a run save for sure.
Remember, our Toyota keys to the game is we want the Cardinals to score first. So put up a 0, get the Redbirds on the scoreboard.
Fastball, good one on the inside corner. Strike one to Ethier. Crawford, Puig the runners. Ethier the hitter. The 0-1. 3 batters faced by Blasek, 2 broken bats. Hairston and Yasiel Puig, even though this is a base hit, cost him a bat.
Right on the end of the bat, and that ball was hit awful hard for being a shattered bat.
Get a sense that the Cardinal fans here are still a bit stunned over Shelby Miller exiting this game early. A lot of folks came here to watch Shelby pitch, and National League Rookie of the Year candidate along with Puig, the runner at first base. And now we're just kind of holding our breath waiting for news about Shelby. The 2-1, swing and a miss. Good off-speed pitch. Way out in front was Ethier.
Blasek has good stuff, and really like to watch him, and this would be our really best extended watch on him. Change up right there. He's got a very good breaking ball.
The 2-2. Now 3-2.
Ethier, a .315 batter on the road this year, 4 home runs.
Skip Schumacher would hit next.
He's got 24 doubles this season. He's the first Dodger in franchise history to reach 30 doubles in 6 consecutive seasons.
Puig will be running on the 3-2, and it's grounded to the right side, but foul. Now the Dodgers have 5 left-handed bats in their lineup here, and there was a time where you would construct your bullpen so the first reliever out of the pen would be left-handed if your starter was right-handed, and your long man would always be complementary so you could flip the lineup around. But the way teams use so many pitchers from the 6th inning on, you don't really have a standard long man anymore.
Well, and particularly remember, our long man is maybe the best pitcher in the National League statistic-wise ERA.
Joe Kelly. The 3-2 just misses high and in. Blasek does not get the call, and Ethier draws a walk. Just where was that pitch?
Close calls usually go to the veteran.
It's one of those pitches, Al, on our Fox tracks where if you look at it from the naked eye, it looks high, but our Fox track says that that's at the top of the zone.
Yeah, nice round of applause all 3 days for Skip Schumacher. Left an awful lot of friends here. Got to a very slow start, but he's really picked up the pace and been an integral part of Don Mattingly's bench.
Way out in front is Schumacher.
Change up there again. Skip mentioned the slow start. He's hitting .284 with 10 doubles, 2 home runs, and 20 RBIs in his last 67 games since May 4th.
This time waving at a curveball from Blasek.
Yeah, I mean, that curveball at times we've seen it be very, very good. And now he's seeing the full assortment. He didn't start any this year, but prior to this year, he made 70 starts in 139 minor league games.
Trying to put a 0 on the board is Blasek. 0-2. David Freese, a big play in this inning, a defensive run saved on a backhanded play off of Yasiel Puig. Ended up being an infield hit, so Crawford only able to go to third. A walk to Ethier, bases loaded in the first.
4 pitches, all of them have been change up or a curveball. How about a fastball up out of the zone?
Like that.
A little too high.
But clearly, Al Raboski, you have the signs.
Well, no, I just figured that everything had been down, off speed. He's got the good fastball, and he was ahead in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. It didn't, so if he did throw a ball, it's 2-2.
Maybe off speed here. 2-2, jams him, fly ball center field. Jay on the run, and he's got it. So Blasek pitches out of it, replacing Shelby Miller. David Freese saves a run. Cardinals, their first turn at the plate. batting order for Game 3 of this series. Matt Carpenter, John Jay, and Carlos Beltran, 1, 2, 3. Matt Holliday in the cleanup spot. David Freese saved a run in the top half. He'll play third base. Matt Adams at first. Tony Cruz, Descalzo, and now the pitcher spot, which is not Shelby Miller, who has been removed from this game. The Dodgers defense, Crawford, Ethier, and Puig in the outfield, and Skip Schumacher getting the start. All the infield positions getting a rest other than Gonzalez. Fedorovich, the catcher, like their starting catcher. A.J. Ellis, very, very good at throwing out runners. And Ricky Nolasco, opening day starter for Miami, is now a Dodger and is a part of a pretty good rotation.
Yeah, and this is his 6th start. Now, he wasn't a waiver deadline deal. He came over at July 6th. And this is his 6th start with the Dodgers, 2-1. He won his last time out. That was in Chicago, but he only pitched 5 innings, gave up 4 hits, but 3 of them were homers. And he's pitched very well against the Cardinals, especially the last 4 outings against the Cardinals. He's got a 1.01 ERA, and he defeated the Cardinals, I guess, in June down in Miami.
7 strong innings there, and you mentioned that in the last 4 he's been good, but prior to that, the Cardinals had his number. Big curveball misses high to Matt Carpenter. Carpenter, close to 400 in runners in scoring position. Been very good in that leadoff spot. Leads the National League in runs scored. Dodgers playing him way off the line at third base. That's Hairston Jr.
Nolasco's best season was 2008 with Florida. He was 15-8. And since 2008, he's had 5 consecutive double-figure win totals. He'll do a little bit of everything, change speeds, throw the fastball, but he's got all the secondary pitches and a veteran that knows how to use them.
Comebacker handled by Nolasco, and he throws out Matt Carpenter. We've been featuring our Phantom Cam, Al, and we are really enjoying this. The ultra slow motion look, 4,000 frames per second,
which makes everything look so simple, but we know it's not. And nothing really special about his delivery, not a lot of deception, but he'll know how to change speeds and keep you off balance.
John Jay, 5 for his last 12. He's had a good RBI year. Been up and down the lineup, a lot of different spots, but he has 46 RBIs. And he's hitting .261.
4 for 10 off of Nolasco also.
Very simple delivery by Nolasco. Jay fouls that one out of play over the Dodgers dugout. Nice crowd on hand here at Busch Stadium. We mentioned it's Star Wars night, so let's just say you may be seeing some characters here at the ballpark, and they're even on our video screen.
And Nolasco's one of those guys you get a comfortable caller.
Bunt down the third base line. This is trouble for the Dodgers, and it's a base hit for John Jay. Well done, well placed.
Hairston playing third base today. You can see how far off the line he is. So John tries to drop one down, stays right there on the grass, and no chance at all. You could place the ball like this. Boy, you could pick yourself up an extra 20 base hits in a year bunting. Watch John Jay. See how the barrel is higher. He's got the knees flexed so he can, and just how soft his hands were. Let the ball come to the bat and then just have the soft hands. It deadens it. won't get to the infield, stays on the grass, and he had the right angle in fair territory to just guide it down the third base line.
Maybe one of those examples, Al, when a team makes a defensive shift thinking, okay, he never hits the ball there, but if you make the shift, then he'll bunt it there.
Well, I'm looking right now. Why Beltran could do the same thing. Oh, that's right. We don't have him bunt.
You don't be getting back into that controversy. But by the way, you and I both object to that word controversy as it relates to Beltran bunting. It really, how many decisions every day do players make that you can argue are one way or the other, even a manager? You know, what decision you make with a relief pitcher or a pinch hitter, it just makes baseball what it is.
Sure, but the thing is we don't, controversy is not a part of it.
No.
A-Rod's controversy.
Exactly. Good fastball from Nolasco. He doesn't throw particularly hard.
No.
But as you mentioned, he just has good command of his assortment of pitches and knows what he's doing with it.
Carlos, 6-game hitting streak, and by the way, his 20th home run last night was his 100th RBI here at Busch Stadium in his career. 2 years under contract to the Cardinals, and we hope more.
100% agree. 2-2 the count to the Cardinal right fielder. Pitch just a bit outside. And will John Jay be running on this pitch? Again, Fedorovich, very strong arm behind the plate. Cardinals don't run much. There he goes. Out of play. John Jay got that sign late, Al. He was barely getting his lead when Nolasco was already set and had to kind of jump out there and then take off. Getting the verbal sign now from Chris Maloney, the Cardinal first base coach.
But I think that's also, if you're into the game, you're thinking about that. A ground ball pitcher, I'm probably going to be going.
Here he goes, ground ball right side, base hit over the head of Gonzalez in the right field. John Jay, no problem getting to third, and the Cardinals have runners at the corner. I wouldn't mind a few more years of watching that sweet, smooth swing of Carlos Beltran.
Everything that Carlos does is so elegant. Really no wasted motions. He had chopped down on that ball to make sure, and then the ball pops over the head. Over the first baseman, Gonzalez, and into right field. And here's one of the top hitters against Nolasco in the Cardinals lineup, and there's quite a few.
That's how the Dodgers defend Holiday. They're deep in the outfield, especially Puig and right. Curveball is a strike on the inside corner. Very close to hanging that pitch. There are curveballs and there are hangers.
And I think that when Nolasco gave up 3 home runs in Chicago, he probably gave up a few hangers. Oh. That's all we need.
Holiday fouls that ball off his foot or his ankle. Our Barnes Jewish difference maker. Career against Nolasco. Holiday on that list, 458, but a number of Cardinals have hit him well.
So we said there's a lot of guys here, so it's surprising because there's a lot of young guys, the core guys, with those numbers against Nolasco. Why he only has in his last 4 starts, the Cardinals have only had a 101 ERA against them. It's got the shin guard on it, and it goes below it, right on the toe.
Chris Conroy is
busy.
Cardinal trainer, and he has been a lot busier than he wants to be.
And those guys prefer it when they're just sitting around, talking, just joking around, having fun, and not working.
They're not working, but they're always watching. Even when guys don't get hurt, they have a great concern for these players. They know how important their health is to get them out there every day. Keep them out there. Minor aches and pains they deal with. Ground ball left side. Second for one and on to first. As Matt Holliday has bounced into an inning-ending double play. No score through one in St. Louis. And with great promotions for kids 15 and younger, on Saturday, August 24th, 12,000 kids get a one-of-a-kind Fredbird Kids Cap, courtesy of Ice Mountain. And on Sunday, the 25th, 12,000 kids receive their own Fredbird by Build-A-Bear Workshop. Get your tickets at cardinals.com/promotions. And here's a surprise. Our Chevy call to the bullpen is tomorrow's starting pitcher, pitching today, Jake Westbrook.
You see Jake's numbers, 7-6. 3.48 ERA, but the real story is what he has done here at home. A 5-0 record with a 1.28 ERA and 6 home starts. That 1.28 ERA at home is the lowest among National League pitchers. And his 1,000 winning percentage, 5-0, is tied with Jose Fernandez of Miami for the National League lead. But we don't have a long man, so we use tomorrow's starter. And of course, we don't know the rotation at Memphis, but Waka, Carlos Martinez, Tyler Lyons, some of those names we may hear about will be pitching tomorrow.
All possibilities. Numbers you're talking about, Jake very good at home, and I think the logical next question to answer, as Carpenter can't make that play on the dive, squirts away from him, will be an infield hit by Fedorovich. But the logical question would be, why Blasek for an inning?
Well, I think it's real simple because he's not stretched out. So, you use him as a one-inning reliever, and he got you through that first inning without giving up a run. And now you go to Westbrook to kind of get you late into this ball game, and hopefully he'll pick it up.
Had to be a decision on the fly just to use Jake Westbrook,
right.
and you would also guess probably not even ready to pitch, maybe not even, didn't have his spikes on perhaps.
Well, that's it. He didn't have his spikes on, I'm sure. Just tennis shoes sitting there. Maybe go in there and get a quick rub down from the trainers. Something to stretch his arm out, like you would in a normal start. But
so one minute you're doing a high five, funny handshake with Adam Wainwright, and the next minute you're in the game. See how it works. Base hit to the right side, past to diving Adams, and the Dodgers have 2 hits to start the top of the second. That's D. Gordon aboard.
Well, this is usually the way it works. I used to do a little study as we watched. Right in the middle of the plate, D. Gordon, not much of a hitter, just recalled it's the first day of the series for the Dodgers, but he does the job here. Tim Wallach talking to Nolasco what they want to do with the bunt situation here.
And you'd think the Dodgers would just try to sacrifice Gordon, who runs very, very well to second base. Lightning quick is D. Gordon. You mentioned he's had trouble getting on base, but going to love to show off his speed. Maybe the Dodgers let him try to steal it.
Yeah, he's one of the top base stealers in the minor leagues, and the old story, you can't steal first.
Cardinals already using their third pitcher, and we are in the top of the second inning, and there's no score.
And they're betting that you can get quite a few innings out of Westbrook.
There goes the runner. Bunt back to Westbrook. Might have stolen second base on his own, but the Dodgers give the Cardinals an out anyway as Nolasco completes the sacrifice. So I guess a bunt and run, or a run and bunt.
Gordon at AAA he was leading the Pacific Coast League with 44 steals and 52 attempts. Since 2012, he stole 37 bases. That's in the big leagues.
Cardinals play the infield in for Carl Crawford.
Potentially pass him to load the bases.
Find it a little odd that they had Gordon stealing the base, and again a really good jump. Probably would have stolen the base, and yet Nolasco bunts.
That's why you said kind of like you thought he might be stealing on his own, because you wasted. You know, Nolasco might have got a sac fly or done something, hit the ball the right side, and they might have gotten a run, but they just gave it away. And they're banking on Westbrook getting a ground ball with the bases loaded to get out of the inning.
MLB.com At Bat is celebrating 5 years as your #1 mobile app for live baseball, available for iPhone, iPad, Android, and BlackBerry 10. At Bat delivers Cardinals baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, highlights, and more. Text At Bat to 31826 or visit Cardinals.com for details. Well, a strange game so far. Bases loaded for the Dodgers, top of the second inning. Jake Westbrook making a relief appearance for the injured Shelby Miller. First pitch to Hairston is low and away for a ball. Last time Jake came out of the bullpen, at least in the regular season, was in April of 2004. He was with the Cleveland Indians, and on that particular day, he retired 21 straight batters. Ground ball left side, base hit in the hole. Dodgers are going to score 2. No chance to get Gordon. Watch him fly. 2-0 Los Angeles.
Ricky, you and I know, and Derek Lilliquist would know, and Mike Matheny may suspect, but when you're a starting pitcher, particularly when you're going to start tomorrow, there is this in the back of your mind, maybe there's this possibility that this could happen, but you're trying to prepare for tomorrow, and you're planning out your day. You have maybe the last extensive workout. The last thing you're thinking about is coming in to pitch. And you could have great numbers, but you could have a real bomb of a game.
If anybody on the Cardinals staff can handle, let's say, the challenges that I agree with that Jake is dealing with here tonight, if anybody could handle it, it would be Jake. As a veteran pitcher, certainly wouldn't do that to a young pitcher. You wouldn't have Joe Kelly do that. You wouldn't have Shelby Miller do that.
And you know, Jake's into it now. I mean, it's, you know, but he's going to have to execute I used to always look at years ago, the last game before the All-Star break.
Hard hit up the middle, base hit. Dodgers are raking here in the second inning, and they now take a 3-0 lead. RBI base hit for Adrian Gonzalez.
I used to always look at the last day before the All-Star break, and a lot of managers would use pitchers in relief, and most of them got losses because the last thing they were thinking about was they were going to have to pitch. They were planning their vacation. Now this is a much different situation here in the regular season, and Jake's concerned about the health of Shelby Miller.
Sure.
He's coming in here and trying to do what he can, but mentally he wasn't prepared for this assignment. And not to say that he may get the next two hitters out, get out of this inning, and throw a shutout from that point on.
Clearly a challenge for Jake Westbrook and for the Cardinals, as they're dealing with the emotions of having a key player on this team get knocked out in the first inning with a line drive off of his pitching arm. We're still waiting for news on Shelby Miller's condition, and that may take a while to develop, and we'll let you know when we know. But the emotions of that for all the Cardinal players, again, he walked off on his own power. It wasn't an issue there, but certainly in pain. And just what that means to the Cardinals is an unknown right now, but the unknowns can be kind of scary.
Sure. And somehow, some way, you got to separate those feelings. You just have to go out there. And, you know, Mike Matheny and Derek Lilliquist have that thought in the back of their mind. They've already got probably a preliminary diagnosis, but I'm sure they're waiting for x-rays. And then you might even have to worry, maybe you worry about broken bone, but then you got to worry about soft tissue damage. You can't, right now, I'd have to say that it'd be pretty hard for him not to go on the disabled list.
Mike Matheny and Derek Lilliquist have an eye to this game and an eye to the future. Trying to figure out how to get enough innings to get through the 9 today, and that could be a challenge before this is over.
Well, yeah, you're kind of sitting here going, oh, did we make a mistake, or we just blown tomorrow's game by using our tomorrow's starter in this one?
But I agree with you that there's still an opportunity, and it doesn't have to be with Shelby. It could be with one of the other Cardinal relievers, where you send them out and bring up a AAA starter who is on his day and ready to pitch. And a walk to Puig. I mentioned, Al, the speed of D. Gordon, and it's something beautiful watching a guy run this well.
Well, you watch him take off here, sliding, then on the base hit, you know, it just maybe somebody else running from second base, they wouldn't score, but there's no way the Cardinals can throw him out.
Imagine that helmet doesn't stay on his head very long.
No.
Very often. Still just one out in the Dodgers' second. They've already scored 3. Jake Westbrook misses high, ball 1 to Andre Ethier. And getting a little more worrisome as this inning progresses. Boy, a double play would be a big help right about now. The Cardinals have turned National League leading 134 double plays.
And Westbrook's a ground ball pitcher. guard there used good judgment in getting off the stool and running.
He was a little bit slower than D. Gordon,
not that
but
one,
not
but the
other
guard
one.
in front of him.
He moved, I think, faster than D. Gordon. What do you think?
No, I don't think he moved faster, but he was just as intelligent in his decision.
And fair to say that Jake Westbrook does not look sharp at this moment.
25 pitches and just one out. But he is one pitch away from getting that ground ball double play. 74% of his time he'll put the ball on the ground.
Good pitch by Jake. Max Linewan, our postgame producer, has informed me that Carlos Martinez, for those wondering, is scheduled to start for Memphis tomorrow.
Well, there's no betting in baseball, but that's a pretty good bet. He'll be here tomorrow.
The 2-2.
What do you think? He's had 3 or 4 starts by now down in the minor leagues. It's being sent out by the Cardinals. Started the season as a starter at Double-A, and then when he was promoted to the big leagues, John Vooch at the top of your screen there is in charge of the minor leagues.
He's texting away. How about the ground ball now?
Working Ethier inside. He doesn't like it there either. Right now, maybe see what the Dodgers do on the full count. Just one out.
Payoff pitch to Ethier. Grounded foul off his front foot. Might have been ball 4. And for those just tuning in, Shelby Miller, first batter of the game, line drive. Carl Crawford right off the pitching arm, somewhere near the elbow.
I think it's almost right at the point. He cocks the arm, and then it goes right off the point of the elbow. He felt it immediately.
So little time to react. The 3-2 up the middle, and that hits Westbrook. He's got it. He's going to think about home, but again decides just to get Ethier at first base as he knocked that ball down. And what is going on here at Busch Stadium tonight? So that scores another Dodgers run, 4-0 Los Angeles. RBI for Ethier, and that could have been a lot worse as well.
Rocket come back at you now. Jake Westbrook puts himself in a much better fielding position than Shelby Miller. Remember, Shelby got all the way turned around. He gets back, squares away, and really is a very good fielder. He ultimately gets the out, but Dodgers cross the plate again, and they have a 4-0 lead.
Base hit to left by Schumacher. Dodgers score one more, maybe 2. Play at the plate, and he is safe. And it's all Dodgers here tonight. 2-run single to left for Schumacher.
I'm surprised that it was that close at home plate. Skip gets the single, 2 RBIs, takes second on the throw. And with Puig running, look how wide he went around the third base bag. But he can run also. That's part of his equipment. A 5-tool player.
Six nothing Dodgers. Fedorovich led this inning off with a base hit. He later scored their first run. Puig is a fast runner, but also a powerful runner.
A lot of people say he kind of reminds people of a young Bo Jackson. Had other people say he kind of reminds of facially a little bit in size of Sammy Sosa.
The inning mercifully ends. 6 Dodger runs on 5 hits. Uphill climb for St. Louis. Is brought to you by Schnucks, your neighborhood hometown grocer. Go big at participating Jack in the Box with Jack's really big chicken sandwich combos for only $3.99 plus tax. Glad you're with us on Fox Sports Midwest. The Cardinals hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers. 6-0 LA, bottom of the second inning, and David Freese, Matt Adams, and Tony Cruz will bat in the second, and hopefully more.
Well, the good news is the Cardinals got 8 innings to get ahead of the Dodgers or tie it up and go into extra innings. They're not a very good come from behind team, St. Louis. And we said that they really have to score at least 4 runs to have a good chance to win ball games. Now they got to score at least 7. Those 13 runs we got in Cincinnati.
Right. Well, we've seen him do it.
That's right. They average 5 runs a game. Best offense in the National League. What's a couple more?
Freese homered Sunday in Cincinnati and has started to swing the bat with more authority, driving the ball to right center, as we've seen him do in the past. Rolls over on this one, and it's foul.
Now, I was talking with Benji Molina, and we were talking about the Cardinals' theory of trying to hit the ball up the middle. And, you know, remember a couple things, that if you're trying to hit the ball up the middle, the ball's to the right side, you drive it that way. Saying if you're trying to, you know, pull the ball, you'll do a lot of what David Freese just did there. You'll hit the left field on over and a lot of foul balls.
Big curveball from Nolasco. Freezes David Freese. Fox Sports 1 is coming, and the Fox Sports girls are on a cross-country road trip to celebrate. 13 girls from around the country will be in St. Louis tailgating before Sunday's game at the outfield at Mike Shannon's. We're also raffling world champions memorabilia to benefit the USO of Missouri. Help the USO and meet the girls this Sunday and follow their journey on foxsports.com/road to launch. Matt Adams launched one here last night. Third pinch hit home run of the season in the lineup today. No Alan Craig. Scheduled day off for him.
Nothing wrong with Allen, just about his third day off, and also an opportunity to get Matt Adams in his big bat. 9 home runs, 3 of them pinch hit. And the average back up to 290, isn't it? Yeah.
Looks pretty good with that lightsaber, too, on the Cardinal scoreboard. Line drive, slicing foul.
See the shift that they have on. So maybe he can hit with a lightsaber.
Menacing looking.
Bat looks pretty good. There you see the shift. One infielder on the left side of the infield. They got the short right fielder. Shortstop playing at second base. It's typical for Schumacher where he's playing right now.
Having trouble getting together on the sign, so they'll talk about it. By the way, Carlos Martinez, you asked earlier, Al, 2 games started in Memphis since going back down 10 innings pitched, just 1 earned run. And again, scheduled to pitch tomorrow night. There's a strike 3 called on the outside corner.
Didn't look like a very good pitch. Jeff Nelson, our home plate umpire, and look at they set up outside. It's catcher's glove, but he's set up outside.
So they did a defensive shift, and he shifted the strike zone as well. Not allowed to do that.
And pitched against his defense.
Brings in Tony Cruz, a modest 3-game hitting streak for Tony. He really has done a nice job filling in for Yachty.
How about the fact that the Cardinals are 11-4 when Tony Cruz gets a hit? And he's been very productive with runners on, but 0 for 8 against Alaska.
Cruz joining most of the rest of his teammates at being very good with runners in scoring position. Kind of a small sample size for Tony, but he is 9 for 21 with runners in scoring position. He's hitting over 400.
429. We need a lot more base runners tonight.
I'll say. Flare into center. Ethier has it. Easy 1-2-3 inning for Nolasco. has really been a storyline in this series, Al.
Kershaw catches this one. I don't know if he saw it. How about this one? Hika talking about that. That was in the 9th inning last night. From the seat of his pants, he throws it out, but right here, and we got word that Shelby Miller has a contusion of his right elbow. First batter of this ball game knocked him out, and Jake Westbrook
on in relief. Fly ball. John Jay has it.
I think Jake's going to be a little better this inning now that he worn himself down.
Be nice if Jake Westbrook and whoever follows Jake out of the Cardinals bullpen can have some low pitch innings too. A lot of pitches thrown already. Lasik threw 21 pitches in his 1 inning of work. Ground ball right side. 2 quick outs. Time for our Twitter poll, brought to you by AT&T. What attribute is needed most for a successful rookie? And we're asking this question with Puig in the house and, of course, the Cardinals' Shelby Miller. Is it consistency, learning the league, confidence, or respect of teammates and the game? I'll be interested, Al, in what your thoughts are on that particular question as this game goes along, and we want to encourage everybody to respond to that particular question. What do rookies have to deal with that's the hardest?
Well, they have to deal with all of them, but I, like everyone else, anxious to see what our fan base thinks is the most important.
Carl Crawford. Hit that line drive in the first inning off the elbow of Shelby Miller, and as Al said, an elbow contusion is the first report that we've received. I'm sure there'll be more details to follow. And he was also walked intentionally in the second inning.
Well, Crawford knows about elbow injuries. Had long recovery from elbow surgery.
Off-speed pitch lined over the head of Descalzo in the left field. 2-out hit for Crawford.
Talking about just making contact. If you put the ball in play, good things can happen. Just a defensive swing. It just stays up a little bit, so he's able to hit it over the head of Descalzo at shortstop. And he's had a perfect night on the bases. 2 for 2. Reached base on the intentional walk, and he scored a run.
First pitch high to Jerry Hairston Jr. 5 for 24 as a pinch hitter for Don Mattingly. Getting the start here today at third base.
We kind of looked at this lineup that Don Mattingly put out there and said he must have been pushing all of his regulars hard during that win streak on the road.
Totally different starters on the infield other than the first baseman Gonzalez. Schumacher at second, Gordon and Hairston Jr. Normal starters.
Catcher.
Also the catcher. Uribe, Ellis, Punto, who's been playing for Hanley Ramirez, all sitting here tonight.
And look at the outfield. Crawford hasn't been here all year. Neither has Puig. So they're kind of rested. Oh, seen it happen a lot. You put your Scorbini lineup out there, and they're all happy to play and end up having good results.
We've seen that before many times. Another quick throw.
And Ricky, it just looks like Westbrook's having a tough time getting the ball down.
Agreed. Off-speed pitch, waved at by Hairston Jr. I wonder, 6-0 Al, top of the third. Is that in that gray area of stealing bases, top of the third, or is it way too early to assume that Crawford won't be going? Jake has checked on him a couple of times.
No, I think you have to assume that today's baseball, you know, as you pile on to about the 7th.
There he goes. Pitch in the dirt. He picked the perfect pitch to run on. Stolen base for Crawford.
It's number 11. 15 tries. Tony Cruz had no chance as he had to go down to block the ball, keep it in front of him, so he had to worry about keeping that ball from going to the backstop.
The 2-2 from Westbrook fouled off. David Eckstein and his wife Ashley were a part of the pregame ceremonies today. Ashley throwing out the first pitch. She's a celebrated actress, and of course we all know about David Eckstein. And I think of that home run that he hit, a game winner with a big
grand slam,
break pile at home plate. Maybe we should suit him up tonight.
If the fans would take it,
I guarantee they would. Jams him, ground ball to Freeze, off balance throw, and he gets his man. He'd be walking out to 6 is a serious number very, very soon. Will it be John Jay, who appears in the On the Run commercial, or will it be one of the many other players who've been providing St. Louis with 50-cent drinks? Either way, keep texting the word 6 to 55155 to get great deals at On the Run, even after the season ends. 8-9-1 for the Cardinals, facing Ricky Nolasco. So far, the Star Wars night has not been a good Cardinals celebration.
It's not.
Fans are having fun with it.
Hopefully.
I think they are. But they would prefer a Cardinal victory.
I want to get one of those Star Wars t-shirts for the grandkids.
I would think you would have some pull around here. Fly ball to left. Descalzo retired.
I always worry about what kind of pull, though. Jake Westbrook coming in. Remember his last time out was on the road, where at least this year he's really hasn't been that effective on the road. But he kind of got away from his sinker and kind of got beat on breaking balls. But he said he just couldn't throw the sinker because it had too much movement and just wasn't controlling it in the strike zone. And that does happen to him at times.
Glasgow not showing any mercy to Jake Westbrook, throwing that nasty curveball.
Yeah, where's the courtesy of, you give me a fastball, I'll give you one?
No courtesy there. I don't blame him. Strikeout number 3 for Nolasco. And back to the top of the order at Matt Carpenter. We are very aware that the Cardinals are capable of scoring 13 runs in a game. We've seen it multiple times in the last couple of weeks. And they're going to need that kind of miracle to win this game tonight, as they already trail by 6. Curveball, strike 1 to Carpenter. Dodgers, we talked about their streak, Al, last night coming to an end. 15 straight road wins before Joe Kelly set them down here last night. But the Dodgers also have another streak. 13 straight series unbeaten.
Yeah, 9-0-4.
Correct.
There's 2 more streaks in baseball. Detroit has a 10-game winning streak, and Atlanta 12.
Booted by Gordon, fumbling around, picks it up. Strong throw, not in time.
Gordon's 3rd error of the year, and there's a lot of things about the game of baseball that seem like are moving a little too fast for the young man. He's a fast runner and knows how to steal bases, but he's not a real accomplished defender.
I always wonder, one of the things you teach young kids is once you bobble the ball like that, why pick it up with your glove?
Yeah.
You're going to have to transfer anyway, right? From your glove to your hand?
Go down, collect it. You know, use your glove as kind of a guide.
Exactly.
But to go down and
But hand first.
But the hand first. And then secure it with the hand first with your glove. And then you come up ready to throw.
John Jay had a single in the first, a bunt single. He was stranded at third. (2-0) the count to Jay. Now 2-1. Dodgers are 15-3 since the All-Star break. Cardinals actually have a winning record against the Dodgers. This year they've won 3 and dropped just 2. Cardinals, with their win here last night, went to 20 games over 500 again.
How well you know Don Mattingly?
Pretty well.
Really a good guy.
Oh yeah.
Got to know him. Has several winners. Had a banquet in Evansville.
Line drive to center, tough play, and he can't get it. Ethier knocks it down. Jay thinks about 2, but settles for a 2-out base hit. Cardinals not done here in the 3rd inning, as Gordon gave him some life, and we'll see if the Cardinals can capitalize.
You know, Ethier is not a center fielder. He's played right field. So with the absence of Kemp, he's done a pretty nice job. And here, doesn't make the catch, but he kept it in the vicinity. Carpenter will go over to third base, but John Jay with 2 outs cannot get into scoring position. He'll have to stay with a single. And that's one of the things they've kind of liked there, that he's kind of held his own out there and hadn't been a glaring weakness. Got to peck away right here, don't you?
Peck away, exactly right. Little at a time. Another good curveball to Beltran, 0-2. Carlos singled to the right side. One of 3 Cardinal hits that came back in the first inning. 0-2. Alaska really mixes his pitches, doesn't he? That was a changeup.
He knows how to pitch. He knows how to change speeds, keep you off balance.
The 1-2 to Beltran. Good swing, but he fouls it back.
Now you still, particularly before you get to 2 strikes, you got to look fastball and adjust to the off-speed stuff. But there you knew with that foul off pitch that he was looking for the fastball, just couldn't do anything with it.
Tapped in front of the plate. Nolasco's going to have to hurry, and he throws out Carlos Beltran. We're through 3 so far. The force is not with the Cardinals. Carlos Beltran, when we say out front, that's what we mean.
Right off the end of the bat. All that funny bouncing there. And Alaska made a nice play on that one to throw him out at first base.
Middle of the order for the Dodgers, Adrian Gonzalez.
You can see with that swing also where he hit it off the bat, he couldn't drive that ball, couldn't do anything with it.
Low pitch inning for Westbrook in the 3rd, and he could use a couple more of those. And so could Mike Matheny as he's trying to figure out how to use his bullpen. There's a good cutter.
Oh, Ricky, let's talk about that for a minute. You know, I mean, right now the strategy looks like it's not going to work. But if Mike would have made this a bullpen game, he can get another starter for tomorrow, go down the minor leagues, but he couldn't get another complete bullpen.
So you waste one pitcher, but you've got another starter for tomorrow. I think that's exactly what he's thinking. And I'm sure there are reasons for Blasek, in the quickness of the moment, to have to go out and pitch with a runner in scoring position. First of all, he's used to, as a reliever, coming in and working out of the stretch, and maybe give Jake a chance to kind of have. You were hoping for 5 or 6 solid innings,
but it wasn't realistic when he only had 7 appearances and a total of 6 innings. So why do you think you're going to get 5 innings out of him without the possibility of hurting himself? Not geared for it. So you really caught between a rock and a hard spot.
And that's the point. There really is not a good solution. Solution is Shelby Miller not getting hit by that line drive.
And I'm sure Jake Westbrook, what do you think about this, Jake? Oh, I can handle it. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to do the job for you. And there's no way that they thought that he would have this type of outing.
Second piece of news on Shelby Miller that we are just now getting is he did have x-rays and they were negative on his pitching elbow. And I guess that's the best news we've had in the last hour.
No broken bone there. Not to say that elbow is going to be swollen. And
Westbrook has it. Puig has trouble getting out of the box. I wonder if he might have gotten hurt. Join Fox Sports Midwest and the Cardinals for Mizzou Night on August 24th. Get your tickets at cardinals.com/theme because fans with a special Mizzou ticket can take home a limited edition Cardinals cap. For tickets, go to cardinals.com/theme.
Very slow getting back to the dugout, and remember, right before he came in town, he missed Sonny's ball game with a bad right thumb, and maybe that, not a leg injury or anything, but maybe that kind of stung him.
Looked uncomfortable either way getting out of the box, and we're not sure yet what he did, but as he kind of misstepped there, almost
hyperextended the knee or something.
And very slow getting back to the Dodgers dugout. Two and one to Ethier. Shelby Miller started. Pitched to one batter. Michael Blasek finished that first inning. And now it's Jake Westbrook, who was going to start tomorrow. Base hit past Freeze. Who was being asked to pick up some innings here tonight.
Short stutter step and a dive, and by David Freeze. Ninth Dodger hit.
Al, I think there are going to be people that are going to question the way the Cardinals have handled their pitching today, and that happens every night. We read it on Twitter, and people think you should do A, B, C, D. But the reality is, Mike Matheny, I think you would agree, really did not have a good option, and it's not a plan A. It's not what you hope to happen, and it's easy to criticize who's in, but who would you put in? I mean, there aren't any choices today, unfortunately, for Mike Matheny. You just got to make the best of it, and And in his case, bringing in Jake Westbrook was really he felt his only option. And I think he's going to get some, I would guess he's going to get some undeserved criticism for this, but
it won't be deserved. And you know, think about this, what Mike said a couple on the road trip, and maybe one of the reasons why he was reluctant to say that Joe Kelly's the 5th starter, because he said, I love to have that luxury of him being the long man in my bullpen. Well, because he's not in the bullpen, he's in the starting rotation now. Mike doesn't have anybody that really can go multiple innings. And that's why he finds himself in this spot. You know, it's one thing if you lose your pitcher in the 4th or 5th inning, but you lose him, you know, after the first batter and nobody out. 2 pitches and your starter's gone, you're in trouble.
And you lose at least for some period of time. We'll have to wait on the reality of the condition of Shelby Miller more. Again, the X-rays were negative. We just heard that.
They're not going to rush him back.
They're not going to rush him back. And what does that do for the psyche of the team today? And then what does it do for the psyche of the team long term? I think are pretty important questions. Ground ball right side. Schumacher is retired. Dodgers strand a runner. They lead by 6. And August features key matchups with the Pirates and the Reds. For a limited time, you can get tickets to these August Central Division Showdown games for as low as $8 courtesy of McDonald's. Log on now to Cardinals.com/McDonald's to get your $8 Central Division Showdown tickets. Matt Holliday starts things off for St. Louis in the 4th inning, looking for some runs against Nolasco. They've managed 3 hits, but they've been spread out a bit. Holliday bounced into a double play to end the 1st. Nolasco keeps throwing slower, and slowest.
Yeah.
And we call that pitching.
Never figured out how to do that. How to throw a pitch without maximum effort. And then gravity took over.
Time for the Firestone Complete Auto Care Extra Mile. Matt Holliday, highest career average, current National League players. He's at number 3. Hanley Ramirez playing now for the Dodgers, not available. And we're also not seeing Matt Kemp in this series.
Kemp did take batting practice, so he is getting closer. And a leadoff walk. Hopefully that'll be the magic formula. David struck out the first time, but he's still 6 for 10 off of Nolasco. So get on the scoreboard, and you never know how many runs you'll end up with.
Speaking of the scoreboard, we've had some kind of bad news tonight, so let's go ahead and get all the pain out of the way in a hurry. The Cincinnati Reds beat Oakland earlier today, 6-5. That's a final, and Pittsburgh has now jumped on top of Miami. That game in the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, they were losing 2-1, and they tied it up 2-2. And then when we were getting all the bad news, they gave us some more with the lead, but it's not over.
Better to get all the pain out of the way, Al. Wouldn't you rather get 3 shots in one day than a shot every day for 3 days?
I think you're right. I would.
Cardinals certainly were delivered some pain in that first inning. Ground ball to third. Hairston Jr. high throw. He's out at second, and he's out at first. That was not an easy double play to turn. The Dodgers have turned some very good double plays in this series. Somehow Schumacher was able to stay on the bag. Matheny doesn't believe it. He's going to get
You may have an argument both
explanation
at second and first. He'll start at second. Here you see the high throw, wide throw. And he sure looks like he might have vacated. Now over at the first base side looks like Adrian Gonzalez, who has 3 gold gloves, looked like he stayed on the bag, but not sure about Skip.
Both
was in
very
the vicinity,
close.
yeah. And the second double play the Dodgers have turned tonight. There's the shift again.
Nothing going the Cardinals' way so far.
And Adams struck out the first time on a pitch that was off the plate.
One more look at Skip Schumacher. Is he on the base? He is now. Ooh, close.
It looked like it called him when his right foot came down, but from the other angle, it looked like he was off the base at that point, right?
That's how Mike Estabrook saw it.
Now Skip playing short right field.
Three infielders on the right side for Adams. 2-2 the count. Barely gets a piece of that one.
It's kind of a silly question, but why do they put the second baseman, move both the second and shortstop out of position? Leave the second baseman playing second and put the shortstop in short right field.
I think it's a very reasonable question.
So you really have 3 guys out of position because
every infielder, if they get a ground
ball.
ball.
What? I mean, they got the third baseman because D. Gordon's at shortstop.
So they did.
Hairston that's playing normal second base.
They did do it.
Well, they
listened to you.
They moved the third baseman to second.
Fly ball down the right field line, hooking foul towards the stands, and I believe that gentleman made a nice play.
Tweek's going to say he could have caught it, but the crowd is appreciated if the Cardinal fan catching it. I don't think he would have caught it. No. He's coming over there. He's looking up into it, but he hadn't got there. Would have been a circus catch.
And he catches the ball.
Catches the ball with a glove in his face.
So just what does Puig's glove smell like? That guy knows. Adams strikes out. Nice play in the front row. The lightsaber battle in center field with Fred Bird and Darth Vader that somehow turned into a Gangnam Style remix. Al, that is awesome.
I have another word for it, but I'll keep it to myself.
Wait a minute. Is that you, Al? I didn't see where you were between innings.
We know better.
You be Darth Vader sometimes, Al.
Oh, I can be Darth Vader, but not doing that dance.
Oh, I would pay to see that.
How much? To win the Powerball tonight? Maybe we can arrange it.
No, thanks. 6-0 Dodgers, top of the 5th inning. Jake Westbrook back out again. Time for our charter high-speed pitch.
You know, one of them are going to really dazzle you, but I thought Velasco at 93 is a little higher than I thought.
Not many pitches at that number. Two and one on Fedorovich, and we understand that our crew was scouring the crowd because, Al, you were missing here in between innings, and I couldn't find you, but I believe we're kind of zoning in on where you might have been between innings. So we'll show you that here momentarily. The 2-2 pitch is a base hit to left for Fedorovich. So I believe we actually found Al Roboski in between innings. There he is. Chubosky.
Now, I like that.
I was holding my breath hoping you would.
Oh, no, I mean, that's cool.
Can you do the voice, Al? I shouldn't have said that. Pretty good.
It's pretty normal, isn't it?
Oh, Chubosky.
I like that one.
That's outstanding. So you're more him than you are Darth Vader. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Crossover.
Okay. D. Gordon hitting just 185, but he does have a single and a run scored here in that 6-run Dodger second inning. Fly ball, medium center field.
I got a question for you, Ricky. I would think Dee Gordon would be one of the greatest curveball hitters.
And why would that be?
Remember his dad, Flash Gordon?
Oh, yeah.
Had a great
Good point.
curveball.
I'm sure he hit that curveball in the backyard growing up.
I don't think he did.
Well,
I think he swung at it.
He saw it.
The dad did have a signature curveball.
Outstanding point. Tom Gordon, longtime major league pitcher. Flash Gordon, outstanding breaking ball. Always rated one of the top in baseball.
I mean, if Flash Gordon was here tonight, Darth Vader wouldn't stand a chance.
We're hoping to see you do the Gangnam Style dance dressed up as Chewbacca. Next inning?
No.
Come on, Al.
Nope.
I'm going to keep trying.
I know it's become kind of a craze, but you knew the original words to that song. It's not my cup of tea.
Okay, fair enough.
Anti-American.
Oh, I did not know that, Al.
Very.
Strike at the knees.
And America made him a very wealthy man.
Fedorovich, the runner at first. 10 hits for the Dodgers. Still just in the top of the 5th inning. Bunts a curveball and he gets it down perfectly on the right side, and Cruz throws out Nolasco. And again, for those just joining us and expecting to see Shelby Miller pitching in this game, Shelby, I believe it was the second pitch of this game.
Second pitch.
Took a line drive off his pitching elbow. X-rays were negative, but has a contusion on that right elbow and had to be replaced immediately. Really just pitched to that one batter, and then Michael Blasek came in, finished the inning, and then Mike Matheny had to go to tomorrow's scheduled starter, Jake Westbrook, who was not at all sharp in his first inning of work, to say the least. Dodgers got 6 runs in that inning, and the Cardinals will have to make a move of some sort to start the final game of the series with the Dodgers tomorrow.
And we're kind of speculating, but we think it might be Carlos Martinez, who is scheduled to start for Memphis tomorrow, maybe here in St. Louis.
Hard hit to right, base hit, and the Dodgers are going to add another run. Beltran, no chance to throw out Fedorovich. And that pivotal moment in this game, we'll revisit it one more time.
I'm glad we showed that again, only in the sense to say that, okay, that's a vicious shot off the elbow. See Chris Conway holding it, and that's going to be very sore for a few days. Have to see once the swelling goes down if there's any repercussion with soft tissue, or maybe even re-examine it to see, even a small fracture or something. But preliminary X-rays are negative.
It'll be bruised for a while either way. And tender.
And you really got to get all that swelling, all the tenderness out there, because you don't want him to alter his motion.
Exactly.
And end up hurting himself. So, you're going to have to give that some time. You might wait 48 hours, 72 hours and see how it responds, but
my guess is that's what the Cardinals will do, and the trainers will recommend that we don't even want to really talk about a course of action until we've waited a couple of days. So we won't get too much on the Shelby Miller front, I would think, in terms of news. Westbrook gives up one more. 7-0 LA. The Cardinals and the Dodgers, final game of the series tomorrow at 6:30 on Fox Sports Midwest. Hyunjin Ryu, phenomenal left-handed pitcher for the Dodgers. He's red hot. He'll start for Los Angeles. Been very good in his 21 starts.
Yeah, I mean, he's got that good record, good ERA. He's going to be in the running for Rookie of the Year. Now, he is the first Korean to go straight from the Korean League to the major leagues. But that's probably AA equivalent.
Check swing by Cruz. Easy out for the Dodgers. Nolasco, you mentioned it in our open, Al, just how good he's been against the Cardinals in his last 4 outings. ERA just over 1, and he's kind of picking up right where he's left off.
Over 1 slightly at 1.01 in his last 4 starts against St. Louis, including 1 start this season down in Miami. And this is his 6th start since being traded to the Dodgers. Look at the first 5 games against him, 0-3, 7+ ERA, but he's figured it out, hasn't he?
We talked about off-balance swings. He throws it away into right field, and Descalzo's going to end up at third.
Such a simple little throw, and you know, it's an E1 3-base error, and he just nonchalant threw that ball to first base, and it was well wide of Adrian Gonzalez and right in no man's land. Puig finally has to track it down. Watch how gently he throws it, and then you got your first baseman running to the bag, and he throws it behind him. So this is not how you teach. Catch the ball, little crow hop, he's flat-footed, and then he just gooses it over there in a crucial error. Maybe this is how the Cardinals get on the board.
Run attempt by Westbrook comes up empty. Started to talk about the off-balance swings of the Cardinals, and Nolasco makes an off-balance throw to an off-balance fielder. So I guess a lot of off-balance going on, but we've seen a lot of Cardinal front foot hitting here tonight.
Yeah, totally off balance. It's really mesmerized him with his off-speed pitches. 79 pitches.
Chance of breaking ball, 100%. And he threw that one.
So yeah, he threw that one.
Get ready for Fox Sports 1, America's new 24-hour sports network. Fox Sports 1 will be your home for great live sports. All the news and highlights you want, shows and specials that only Fox could bring you. America's #1 sports network is Fox Sports 1. And it's coming August 17th.
It's be a really, really, really fun new show. And concentrate on the fun side of sports. Carpenter 0 for his last 7. 2 for 12 in this series. And remember, he came off that long 0 for on the road trip. Finally broke it on Sunday.
Had an 0 for 23.
Now he's 2 for 12 in this series.
He's hitting the ball in the air a little more than
yes,
we've
he
seen.
was. You know, maybe an indication, a little tired. He's such a hard worker and might have, working so hard, picked up some bad habits.
Mike Matheny disclosed one day that they essentially took his glove away. Said, "You're not taking ground balls today."
Well, at first they said you can't report to the clubhouse until 4 o'clock. Then you can't go on the infield. And just, you know, I mean, there is such a thing as working too hard. I think today's hitters spend way too much time in the batting cages. After a while, you get fatigued and then your hands are going to drop. You just don't have the arm strength to keep them up, and so you drop, and then you're uppercutting everything. But, the coaches, they're kind of at the mercy of what the player wants to do.
Tough to stop them.
Yeah. You try to tell them, hey, you need to back off, but they don't listen because they think the harder they work, the more it's going to help them. And it does to a certain degree.
Sure.
But there's certain things that you can pick up bad habits by continually practicing the wrong way. Because of fatigue, you get in that bad groove.
Think about the body compositions of today's player, just how hard they work in the off season. Their weight training, the way they eat is much better. Their nutrition is way better than it used to be. They're just
really?
they're just used to working hard.
There's the line drive swing we're accustomed to. And another RBI. That's 56.
And the Cardinals get on the board. 7-1.
Unearned run to this point. We'll need to pile on.
Line drive over the head of Gordon.
John Jay's had a nice night. And good success against Ricky Nolasco. 6 for 12 now.
Just the fourth Cardinals hit of the night.
Just think about a lot of guys today, Rick, as soon as the game's over, they go and work out. I mean, that's something that we never did because there weren't weight rooms in the clubhouses. Weights were taboo. And now they do so much preventative maintenance. You could have got it up to, what?
83.
83 if you would have had all this resistance training.
Good win behind me. Well, actually would have got right into the hitting zone.
Yeah, there's something about being below it.
Exactly. Below it or above it. Another base hit for the Cardinals. John Jay, a 3-hit night. How about that? Chip away, chip away.
How a lot of guys were hitting off the front foot. Here he's a little bit out in front, but still those hands and the concentration.
We could have a new game in one pitch.
I'd rather have couple more bloops and then the blast.
I'm ordering the blast first.
Carlos. Last season the Cardinals had 5 guys that hit 20 or more home runs. This year Carlos last night was the first one, and you can see what he's done with runners in scoring position, 2 outs.
More action in this inning would get this crowd certainly back into this game. Crowd really stunned in the first inning when Shelby Miller was hit by a line drive in his pitching elbow. Line drive, base hit to left. Carpenter rounds third, headed home, and the Cardinals pick up another. 7-2 Dodgers. Chip away some more.
61st RBI for Carlos Beltran. Lob serve all out of way, and just kind of that goes out there and gets it, rolls the wrist. Wonder on this throw here if John Jay could have gone to third, but you can't risk making it out. But he threw it completely over the cutout. It was shocking that he even tried to throw it home.
Rick Honeycutt out to talk to Nolasco. He really has himself to blame for the problems he's experiencing here in the 5th inning.
Withrow warming up, so Honeycutt's visit will allow him to get ready if needed.
I wonder if he was unnerved a little bit by that error. Throwing the ball away with Daniel Descalzo at bat. Cardinals have picked up a couple of runs, threatening for more. Matt Holliday at the plate. Strike one.
That's grounded into his league-leading 25th double play and walked. He had great numbers, 11 for 24, 2 home runs off of Nolasco.
Just can't wait long enough, can he?
And we just show you what a great average hitter he is throughout his career. And that just little breaking ball well off the plate when he starts to swing. Ricky, now the Cardinals got to remember that in the last start, Nolasco gave up only 4 hits, but 3 home runs, and he only went 5 innings. It's just down and in. So is he nearing his rope?
Home run would be nice here. Holliday, 2 runners aboard. Good swing at a bit of a hanger that time.
Yeah, but he's still pulling off it.
Agreed.
Can't wait. Still want the couple more bloops and the blast.
Really has to drive that pitch to right field anyway.
Yes. Try and pull it, and you're, can't do much with it.
Check swing. Holliday does not go.
Back inside and just off the plate.
Been pretty consistent the first, second, and third time through the lineup. A little bit higher average the third time through. The 2-2 to Holliday. Line drive, base hit to center. Holliday. Here comes Jay. And the Cardinals score another. 7-3. Good at bat for the Cardinal left fielder.
It's in his 54th run. 4 consecutive hits. And remember, Nolasco has to get through this end to qualify for the victory. Now the breaking ball, this time he waited much better on it. And teammates are getting a little excited.
Wainwright and Kelly leading the way. So now it'll be David Freese with Holliday aboard.
David Freese had the best numbers off Nolasco coming in. He was 6 for 9, but 0 for 2. Strikeout looking, and he grounded into his 18th double play. But it's all about this at bat with a couple of men on. Still looking for another bloop.
You're not ready for the big fly yet?
No. After the bloop.
All right.
All right, if David wants to do it, I'll let you have it.
I don't want to talk you into it, Al. If you have your heart set on
what's the script I wrote?
Matt Adams doing it, then just
He's had a tough night.
Stick with your guns.
So David gets an RBI base hit here.
Okay.
Just kind of see now they're just a little bit, a little bit better. Waiting on the breaking pitches. It's over 100 pitches now, so maybe he's elevating some of these.
4 straight hits for St. Louis.
So that's going to be another 5 and fly if he can get through this inning. Another hanger. Breaking ball now is creeping up a little bit.
Sure is.
Becomes that much more hittable.
The 1-2 to Freeze is a swing and a miss. He picks a good one there out of his hat to strike out Freeze. But the Cardinals strike with 3 and trail the Dodgers by 4. With the Cardinals canvas printed courtesy of Coke Zero. Friday, August 23rd, when the Cardinals take on the division-leading Atlanta Braves, the first 25,000 fans will receive a limited edition Cardinals canvas print. Get your tickets at cardinals.com/promotions. 7-3 LA. Warm evening in St. Louis. Jake Westbrook, his 5th inning of work out of the Cardinal bullpen. Really not even out of the Cardinal bullpen. He was out of the Cardinal dugout. Not expected to pitch today. And he's getting plenty of work, and he's facing Gonzalez, Puig, and Ethier in the 6th.
And hopefully he can go another inning or 2 and help out that Cardinal bullpen as they keep on creeping back in. This might be his last inning of work, and you say that hopefully because you know you got a rally going, you got a pitch hit for him.
I think 5 innings would be about right anyway, wouldn't you? I don't know. You expect him to go 100 pitches?
I do. I'd like to think he would expect it of himself, that and more.
Getting close to that already at 87. He retires Adrian Gonzalez. Westbrook pitched on Saturday. 5-inning start against the Reds.
And you take away his first inning, he's been okay.
So pitching on 3 days rest.
Remember how they used to always say sinker ballers are better on rest? You don't agree with that, right?
I think you'd say better without rest. You say
when they're tired.
When they're tired, and well, I think there's some truth to it, because I think what happens is when a sinker ball pitcher feels too strong, they tend to overthrow and the ball gets straight. But I think talking to a number of sinker ball pitchers, you'd still rather be strong than not.
Right.
But you'd rather deal with it well, but you'd have to fight that urge to think you could throw hard, and ball flattens out a bit.
Well, Westbrook's first inning of work was in the second inning. He gave up 6 runs on 5 hits. Since that time, he's scattered 4 hits. Excuse me, he gave up 2 of those hits, and they got another run in the 5th.
Much more respectable, though, since
Sure.
that second inning. Working to Yasiel Puig. He jams him. Ground ball right side. Speed on display again. Carpenter gets his man. .92 pitches now for Westbrook.
Either way, you could kind of almost say in that second inning, his first inning of work, he was overly strong where he couldn't get the ball down. It was up over the middle of the plate.
Command wasn't very good.
Right.
We've really seen him up quite a bit in his last few starts. Sinker ball is such a precarious pitch. You've got to get the right release point, downward plane.
Throwing more curveballs. He's incorporated that splitter. You see where he takes the ball, and when he's looking in for the signs, he's got the splitter grip.
Be interesting to see if Mike Matheny does get somebody loose. Westbrook scheduled to bat 4th in the 6th inning.
I think it depends on if it's a scoring opportunity.
Again, rocking the hard place. He needs innings, but he also needs runs. The 2-2 into the right field corner for Ethier. Might be 2, might be more. Ball gets away from Beltran. Stand up triple with 2 outs in the Dodgers 6th.
Had Karam in the corner there, eluded Beltran. No error, triple all the way. Got 2 outs. Got to strand him.
Skip Schumacher had a big hit in this game.
Yes, he did.
2-run single in the 2nd. By that time, the inning had already gotten away from Jake Westbrook. It just got worse when Schumacher lined that ball in the left center field. Good changeup from Westbrook. And you'd have to believe this is the last inning for Westbrook either way now, Al. He's up over 100 pitches. Surprised if we do see him come back out for the 7th, but you never know.
Like to have him come in the dugout and say, if you don't have to pinch hit, I'll go one more for you. But those decisions are for Mike and Derek Lilliquist to make.
Absolutely. Little bloop into center field. That's going to be a base hit for Schumacher, and the Dodgers pick up their 8th run. It's 8-3 Los Angeles. 3 RBIs on the night for Skip Schumacher. Ethier, the stand-up triple, the ball getting away from Beltran, a bad carom.
I don't think it makes any difference. If he's at second base, he's going to, with 2 outs, he's going to be running on that ball, and he's going to score from second.
Another base hit.
Now I'm convinced you're right. This is his final inning. Just hope he can get through it.
3 straight hits with 2 outs for the Dodgers in the 6th. Fedorovich has 3 hits. He was hitting over 400 in AAA when they called him up.
Randy Schoch gets up in the Cardinal bullpen. And Derek Lilliquist out to talk. Give Randy a little time to warm up with the left-hand hitting Gordon coming up. How fast could you get warmed up?
10 pitches.
You had to. You always tell yourself you could warm up if they called you in cold and
oh yeah, because you
rate.
get 10 pitches out there, you get 10 pitches, you could sneak a couple extra ones out here.
I mean, even if they said okay, come in, you could still get 5 or 6 out there and come in and get your 8 on the mound and be ready.
One of the differences, I don't see players doing this quite as much. They may do it underneath in the cages, but one of the things that we would always do is play catch with the outfielders between innings, and it was a way of kind of getting semi-ready.
Right.
I mean, you're at least kind of.
Yeah, I would start doing that in the 7th inning.
Yeah.
Start playing catch with the outfielder.
Just don't see much of that anymore.
Yeah, and you don't have the managers and pitching coaches are more concerned, and they don't get you up for all the wasted innings in the bullpen.
It's been a good change.
It's a good change. Very healthy for the reliever. Used to be in a close game, you'd get a lefty and a righty up to start the inning with the pitcher that was on the mound.
Tommy Lasorda was famous for always having a lefty and a righty warming up at all times.
That's what I mean.
He wanted to be able to make that choice. Ray Searage, who's now the pitching coach for the Phillies, told me once he was up for the Pirates, told me he was up 21 days in a row in the Dodger bullpen. Tough play, and it bounces in front of Beltran. Another base hit, 4 straight, and Schumacher scores.
Punto is going to come here and pinch hit for Velasco. Switch hitter.
Matheny starting to walk up the steps. There's the base hit by Gordon, his 2nd. And here comes the Cardinal manager, Mike Matheny. Looks like a double switch. Cosma's going to come in, and David Freese will come out. Infielders will switch positions, and Choate will enter the game. Most for a successful rookie. The tally is in. Confidence wins at 40%, consistency at 36%. Learning the league, respect. I think we would agree.
Right on.
Yeah, I would say that was well done. All important, as you said, Al.
Yeah,
but I like the order.
Yep. I'd rank them. That's the way I'd rank them.
Speaking of respect, Jake Westbrook will probably get very little respect for what he did today, but certainly had a very, very tough job. He gave the Cardinals 4 2/3 innings out of the bullpen on 3 days rest. And what really has been a tough game to manage for Mike Matheny. Randy Choda's our Chevy call to the bullpen.
Randy appearing for the 43rd time. Remember this year, or this time last year, Randy was pitching for the Dodgers as he was part of the Hanley Ramirez trade. Signed a 3-year contract with the Cardinals. 37 now. That'll take him to 40. And he said, I throw about 40, 45 innings a year. I want to pitch somewhere between 45 and 50. Just proving if you're left-handed, have a heartbeat, and a curveball or a breaking ball, you can pitch forever.
He'd like to.
I missed out on the heartbeat and the curveball.
Well, the curveball, avoiding elbow surgery. I think that also helps.
Yeah, that does.
Oh, 2 to Nick Punto. Moved over to the right side by Mike Matheny. 2 Dodgers aboard. They've gotten 2 runs back. And a slider hits the outside corner. A good pitch by Choate. 9-3 Los Angeles. Bottom of the 6th. Only 250 calories and only at McDonald's. Star Wars night here at Busch Stadium. The whole crowd is here. Princess Leia, stormtroopers,
Chewbacca, or Chubowski.
And now we've got Chris Withrow, our Chevy call to the bullpen.
There's their first-round draft pick, 20th overall, the 2007 first-year player draft, and a Texas high school player. 6 years of minor leagues, he had one loss of 21 and 26, 4.87 ERA. But he's done pretty well here. In 12 appearances, he's 1-0 with a 2.51 ERA, and opponents are batting 180 against him. Spent the last last 4 seasons at Chattanooga.
Their Double-A team.
Yep.
Perhaps a late bloomer. Part of a bullpen that's been really good for Don Mattingly. And he certainly throws hard. That pitch at 94. The shift not as pronounced.
Yeah, I was wondering that because he throws harder. That means the ball will go further.
Nick Punto has stayed in the game to play shortstop.
Can we borrow Schumacher?
I think there's a rule against that.
You know why I say that? Schumacher has a 0 ERA this year in 2 appearances.
Be a good time to use him, perhaps. We know Schumacher can pitch. How about the delivery of this right-hander?
Maximum effort guy. Drops that right leg drive. Pretty good size, isn't he? 6'4", 215.
Looping liner in the right center field. That'll be a base hit for Adams. He's aboard for the first time, and the Cardinals have a base runner here in the 6th. Things were getting a little rosier for the Cardinals in the bottom of the 5th. They picked up 3 runs, a lot of 2-out hits. Look at that curveball that Adams
really waited well.
Right, sure did.
You know, you see so many off-speed pitches. A lot of times with Adams, the primary pitch is going to be a changeup. But after a while, you know, you get a pretty good read. You learn how to do that. And he was one of the guys that you remember, a big power guy that was an easy strikeout victim early in his career, and then became very, you know, a top-notch power hitter. That'll help.
Ball gets away. You have to think about that.
George Foster, when he was in the Giants organization, you know, I mean, he was just swing and miss. But then later on in his career, became a very good off-speed hitter with the power department. Now he reaches back there, the torque on the elbow, and pulls down on the curveball, and nice piece of hitting there. Have you ever seen like a kinesiology class where they'll have pitchers, but they don't, you know, they're throwing without a shirt?
I have seen
and
that.
so you really get a
sure.
chance to see, you know, the muscles and look and see, you know, the torque and the, you know, the stress on the arm. I mean, it, you know, we could look at it and say that hurts.
I think most fans watching that video think that might hurt a little bit. Don't try it at home.
And you think a guy like Nolan Ryan, what he did to his arm and how well it held up for decades.
(3-0) on Cruz. And Ryan would attribute a lot of his ability and his longevity to his lower half.
Yes, I mean, he was, you know, a lot of it today is tall and fall. But you think of a Nolan Ryan, you think of Tom Seaver that just had the tremendous leg drive. They got all that power from, you know, the buttocks and the thigh muscles, and just, you know, just drop and drive.
Three and two now to Cruz. And you just outlined basically the great debate among pitching coaches. Is it tall and fall or drop and drive? And you'll get all kinds of opinions, and most pitching coaches kind of have one or the other theories in mind.
tall and fall is one of the reasons why you look at so many of the major league pitchers today are so, have such great height. Rarely will you see somebody under 6 foot unless they're left-handed. Left-handers kind of break the mold. But you don't see left-handers that have the movement like everybody had years ago.
Cruz spoils a 3-2 delivery.
It used to be impossible for a left-hand pitcher to throw the ball straight.
Like Jaime Garcia as an example.
Yeah.
He's certainly an example of that.
Kershaw, but then you all of a sudden, remember Pedro Martinez was playing in the Dodger organization. They traded him because they said, oh, he's too small. He'll never last. And you look at Maddox.
Ground ball up the middle. Punto has it. Sure throw across the diamond to get Cruz. And Adams advances to third. Fans, you've known for years that StubHub is a great place to find the seats you want to see the Cardinals live. Now they've added StubHub fan rewards so you can earn a little extra with your tickets, like seat upgrades. So head to StubHub and get your Cardinals tickets today. So the Cardinals have to start chipping away some more.
On the board last inning with 3 unearned runs, but then promptly gave 2 of them back to the Dodgers. So
kind of like the air out of the tires.
Yeah, 9-3. Now the case of Westbrook just running out of gas. He got the first 2 outs of the inning and then 4 straight base hits.
Descalzo reached on that error to get things going in the Cardinals' 5th. And one thing about Descalzo, when he has a good night, he has a really good night. 7 times this year, Daniel has had 3 hit games. Not sure it'd be fair to call him a streaky hitter, maybe. Certainly on the positive side. Line drive base hit to center for Descalzo. Adams scores, and it's 9-4 Dodgers.
31st RBI for Descalzo. Where he's got on base with the 3-base error and scored the first Cardinal run. But Daniel right here gets the ball. Bill tie sends it right back through the middle, and good thing the pitcher ducked.
Had enough of those this series.
Yeah.
It's a great look at how a hitter actually has to hit the ball out in front of him, out in front of home plate. You're not really letting it get too far in on you. Perfect swing and really nice shot of that base hit by Descalzo. Pete Kozma's first plate appearance.
There are guys that get rewarded for hitting behind a runner when they have absolutely no intention with their swing. It just ball goes there. And there's some that let the ball get deep and can drive that ball and keep it fair. Blocked by the young catcher. Mench's got a great throwing percentage. Both, when A.J. Ellis is there, or FedEx, his nickname.
That's what they call him, and when they send him up and down a couple of times to the minor leagues, they said they sent him FedEx.
And he's been up and down 4 times this year for the Dodgers. They send a private plane to pick you up, and they send you a FedEx truck to go down.
A little different story, isn't it? And I wonder who the Cardinals are sending that private plane for tonight to start the final game of the series. No announcement yet. 1-2, the count to Kozma, and he waves at a high fastball. Strikeout for Withrow. Would you mind if we just went ahead and got the blast now?
Only if you'll do it multiple times.
Okay.
Going off script, but I'll let it.
Just like to see it get closer. And we get to within shouting distance. Get our nice crowd energized here on Star Wars night.
They've been patient. I have to say that.
Velasco went 5 innings, gave up 7 hits, 3 runs, all of them unearned, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. At times he was pretty good.
Last 2 starts, he's only gone 5 for. Gave up only 4 hits in Chicago, but 3 of them were home runs. Home runs Velasco gave up in this game to the Cardinals were all unearned. So that 1.01 ERA through 5 starts now has gone down below a run.
Carpenter's ready. Line drive, base hit to right. Another 2-out hit.
Sure do respect his arm, don't they? Wig's arm.
Not sure. Well, you never know with him. I was going to say he wouldn't be throwing to third considering the score anyway. You probably could, but he might.
He was. You know, that's what they say. Most of the time, we just pick the ball up and throw it home. But in here, you know, he just loves to throw and going there. Look at, he fires it. It's not just trying to hit the cutoff man. That's just firing it. And Punto has a knack of finding out where it's going to be. So Scalzo not running real hard on it. He thought about going there, but respecting the arm and the score, 9-4. You know, that run doesn't mean anything. Sure does if you start getting a bunch more hits.
Up to John Jay if the Cardinals are going to score. Again here in the 6th. Grounds that one foul. Jay's had a nice night, 3 for 3. And scored one of the 4 Cardinal runs. Fly ball to left. Crawford has it. Cardinals get 1 back, but they need some more. Los Angeles, we've been having fun with Phantom Cam during this homestand. And what do you got, Al?
Well, watch how he centers the ball, and you see very little vibration of the ball making contact with the bat, or the bat vibrating. But watch this time, as it's not centered, and look at the bat just kind of jiggling and going on through.
Does it make that noise?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
That's when Chewbacca lends his, or Chew Grabowski lends his audio.
I believe the correct term is Chubasky.
Oh, Chubasky. Okay. Well, you know, I have a picture of a Mark McGwire home run, and whether it's an optical illusion or not, Mark's making contact, and the bat actually looks like it's bent like 3 inches. You know, it's solid wood, but you can see where the handle is and the barrel of the bat, and it looks like it's bowed. And it was a home run that he hit, the very first one he hit in spring training, joining the Cardinals, his first spring training of the Cardinals.
We are going to have fun with that Phantom Cam.
Oh, yeah.
We've already seen some good looks, and we saw the downward spin of the curveball of Clayton Kershaw, what that looks like. I'd like to kind of slow that down with Adam Wainwright to just maybe next time we see him, the difference between his curveball and his cutter, just how the rotation is different on those 2 deliveries and what a hitter might have to look for. Fly down the left field line, and Descalzo has enough room for it.
Schultz come in here and retired the 2 batters he's faced.
Cardinals relievers can ill afford another rough inning the rest of the way. They need to have quick innings. Maybe another guy will get his work in, but nothing too long, or you really start to diminish the capability of your bullpen going forward.
You saw Mojica pitch last night. It was in a victory, but non-save situation. I think his last save opportunity was the 25th of July. Something like that before we went on the road trip.
We also saw Rosenthal pitch an inning and a third. Segrist pitched. Manus pitched an inning.
Butler could pitch. He hadn't pitched since August the 3rd.
Butler on the left, Rosenthal. It looks like they're talking about punting.
Builder. Quads up.
$43,523, and most have stayed.
20th sellout for the Cardinals. Boy, once school's been out, these been 40,000 plus every night.
Soft grounder to Descalzo. It's time for our AT&T U-verse rewind. Shelby Miller lasted 2 pitches here tonight, took a line drive off his pitching elbow. And Ricky Nolasco, 5 innings, over 100 pitches, no earned runs, and Skip Schumacher has done some of the offensive damage. A couple of hits for Skip, 3 RBIs, and plenty of hits in this contest.
25 hits, 2 errors, both committed by the Dodgers. 13 runs.
Gonzalez 1 for 4. Stands deep in the box. He's also way off the plate.
But watch as pitch is being made and he steps towards the plate. and such a good hitter. I'm sure there's a lot of people that will see him where he stands and think, well, can't cover the outside part of the plate. And then others say, well, I can really get him inside. I'm going to work away. Sometimes that first move coming in, you know, you can attack the inside part of the plate, but it's not a strike.
One of the things you learn about facing big leaguers is, and it's entirely different when you're in high school or before that, the guys that stand on the plate can totally hit the pitch inside. That's why they're standing there.
Right.
When you're younger, you see a guy standing on the plate, you think, oh, I'm going to pitch him in. Well, don't do that in the big leagues. There's a reason they're standing there. Tough chance for Descalzo. A lot of two-out base runners here tonight. Brings in Yasiel Puig, and let's talk about Rookie of the Year. The Cardinals Rookie of the Year candidate injured tonight, but the Dodgers and the Cardinals have had plenty. The Dodgers especially. Look at that list of Rookie of the Year winners for the Dodgers.
Well, they have 12 of them. Cardinals have 6. Dodgers had a string of 6 in a row. Several of those guys end up playing for the Cardinals.
Sutcliffe, Valenzuela.
You know, even Wally Moon was with the Dodgers after he won the first Cardinal Rookie of the Year.
Ted Sizemore.
Sutcliffe, Sizemore. Let's see.
Good names on that Dodgers list.
Wally Moon made the moonshot famous. Dodgers first went out to California. They played at Wrigley Field. It was like the AAA place in the Pacific Coast League. But then very soon they went to the LA Coliseum, and it was about 260 feet to left field. And so they put like a 35-foot fence running out there, and Wally Moon would just hit these high towering fly balls, moon shots, that would go over that fence. And then as it went out to center, it got deeper, and then over to right field, they cut off the football field or the Olympic Stadium and put a small little fence cut off from center to right.
Like hitting in Fenway a bit.
A little bit.
Yasiel Puig, 1 for 3. Grounds this one foul. Gonzalez aboard on the error by Descalzo. Choate came on in the 6th inning, got a strikeout with a couple runners aboard in relief of Jake Westbrook, who had a very rough night pitching in difficult situation. Expected to pitch tomorrow. He went 4 2/3 and gave up 13 hits and 9 runs. Butler starting to throw now for St. Louis. Ball was hit pretty hard. Pretty tough error on Descalzo.
Yeah, I think Daniel, today with the scoring is usually everything's a base hit. I agree with you. But I think Daniel was a stand-up guy. I think he would have said that I should have made that play. But I was surprised it was an error. I put down base hit.
And that's what Jim Edmonds put down, evidently. The text. We'll see if that changes.
Remember when we were in San Diego and we saw that father and son that were eating cantaloupe or watermelon or something?
And they were Jim's friends.
And Jim texted us and said that was my neighbors.
That's right.
I met him.
Did you?
Yesterday.
I do remember them.
He came up to me and said, "Remember those guys? They were in Pittsburgh and Cincinnati with us."
Down the line, it's deep, but it's just foul. So did they already know that we've been talking about them not eating hot dogs and chips and having a beer at the game, but eating cantaloupe? And
yeah,
fruit
I think Jim had
tofu?
texted them also.
He did. Okay.
Told them the story.
And they're here at the ballpark tonight, behind our dugout. I don't think we have cantaloupe here. Do we?
No. Cantaloupe, no sushi, no runs.
Not enough. The 3-2 to Puig. Check swing. Did he go? He did not, according to Jim Wolf. So a 2-out walk to Puig. And now Choate will face the left-hander Andre Ethier. Ethier's had a nice night. Been on base 3 times. Walk, single, triple. Scored a run, driven in a run. A lot of offense for the Dodgers here tonight. Sinker off the plate inside, 1-0. Choate does not throw particularly hard, but he really has a lot of movement, and his delivery is so difficult for left-handers especially.
He's been exposed to more right-handers this year than probably quite a while. He's noted as strictly a specialist, couldn't get right-handers out, but very tough on lefties.
To Hopper. Carpenter has it. He gets the left-hander. Middle of the order due up for the Cardinals in the bottom of the 7th, and that means Carlos Beltran. For Dodgers, Skip Schumacher playing second base for the Dodgers here tonight, and he has our Nissan drive of the game. 3 RBIs here tonight. The two-run single that came in the second inning, now we both agree, a bit of a dagger in this ball game.
Those were runs 5 and 6 and a 9-4 game. He added another RBI later on, so he's been a big part of it. I think we all wish Schumacher, Punto a whole bunch of success, and really enjoyed their time that they were with us, especially Skip, much longer. Came through the Cardinals system. We were hoping they'd do it against Pittsburgh.
Ball in the dirt, almost hit Beltran. Chris Withrow in his second inning of work, facing Beltran, Holiday, and Freeze.
Last time the Dodgers lost a series on the road was, at Pittsburgh. So they didn't help us then either. And they do not play Pittsburgh anymore to help.
Counting tonight, Al, just think about where we're going the rest of this season. The Cardinals have 50 games remaining, including this one, and trailing Pittsburgh by 2, and depending upon what happens tonight, could be more than that. With the Pirates already winning, actually 2.5, and you just kind of wonder what the effect of the Shelby Miller situation might be. The Cardinals hoping to get Yadier Molina back.
Cardinals currently are 2.5 behind Pittsburgh. They came in with a 4.5 game lead over Cincinnati in the National League wild card and 9 over Arizona.
Fly ball to center. 2 outs.
Atlanta wins again. That's what, 13 in a row. Brock Peterson, and they swept Washington. They won 13 in a row. Remember when we were there, the Atlanta had just won 1 in a row, and we got them started on that long streak. They haven't stopped. They got 15 game lead now.
15 and a half game, and I must say I'm surprised. I thought there would be a run somewhere with the Nationals and maybe even the Phillies, but boy, the Phillies have been such a disappointment.
Davey Johnson last year managing the World Series of bust, and now he's saying, well, it looks like bust.
Nationals were 5 games. Now they're 6 games under 500.
Game baseball really allows you to second guess. Second guess so many managerial decisions and everything, but
it's what makes the game interesting. Part of it.
I think there are very few people, maybe Mike Rizzo and Scott Boras, that agreed with shutting down Strasburg last year.
Brock Peterson gets thrown out by Punto. Cardinals go quietly in the 7th. Let's go to Pat Paris. He's in our studio with this Bommarito Sports Update. Pat? Thanks, Pat. So the Pirates win again, and saw numbers on the Pirates, Al, and they would have to have a catastrophic collapse not to win more than they lose this year for the first time in a long time. Our Chevy call to the bullpen is Keith Butler.
A nice job. 16th appearance, 2.45 ERA. Opponents are batting 156 against this little right-hander, a 24th round selection back in the 2009 free agent draft. Coming into this season, in his career, he had nailed down 53 of 61 career minor league save opportunities. The last 2 years, he was 42 of 43. And Mike Matheny saw him a couple years ago and really liked his mentality, thought of him as a late inning guy. Doesn't have the velocity that some of the other guys in that bullpen has, but he has that makeup that Mike was very impressed with.
Curveball flared to left, over towards the line, and running out of room is Holiday. Three-quarter delivery of Butler gives him that movement.
I'd say an 85%.
Not three-quarter, 85.
No,
okay.
85.
Get the protractor out. Do you have one of those?
Sure.
Prove it. Come on, Al, prove it.
Where's the Chewbacca outfit? Where is it?
Do they make protractors anymore?
I used to have one.
Good changeup. Takes care of Schumacher. Good start for Butler.
See how that changeup would be very effective against minor league hitters, but he's done the job here. Cut down the walks a little bit.
Pirates, by winning their 69th game, only need to win 12 games the rest of the year to play 500.
So it'll be the first time in 21 years that they've
So 12 and 27 is way more than. I mean, that's not going to happen. Let's put it that way. The Pirates want a lot more than that, clearly. And you look at the National League division leaders, the Braves you talked about.
Dodgers we're seeing.
The Dodgers we're seeing, and the Pirates. And then you've got, at this point in time, and way too early to talk about wild card, but the reason I bring it up is you've got the Cardinals and the Reds, another strikeout for Butler. And really, a lot of the other teams are fading so far away right now.
Ron Uribe going to pinch hit. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be a lot of interest in the races, but
yeah, and that's where I'm headed. Arizona.
For the end right here today, it would be Atlanta, Pittsburgh, and Los Angeles, the three division winners. St. Louis and Cincinnati, the two wild cards. So Cardinals would have to play Cincinnati, and Cardinals have really dominated against that series this year.
And Arizona, the other team that's
they're
in the hunt, but they're 4 games back, and then it's Washington and even San Diego.
No, thank you. Yeah.
Broken bat liner down the left field line, hooking foul.
The things I'm concerned about, Rick, though, is Cardinals don't have a very good record against clubs over 500. Now, a lot of times, you if you just play 500 against those clubs or a little bit over and you just dominate against the bad clubs, that's good enough to win.
Swing and a miss.
What if
Butler facing Uribe?
And if the Cardinals lose this game, what they'll be 3-7 in their last 10, something like that.
More teams in the race for wild card right now. If you look at the American League, Tampa Bay, Texas, Baltimore, Cleveland, Kansas City having a good year. They won again today, and the Yankees all within kind of striking distance. So just much bigger, cloudier picture in the American League. Swing and a miss, and Butler strikes out the side here in the 8th inning. Good work. Is brought to you by Bud Light Music First. It's the sound of history being made. Here we go. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. Been a swing and a miss so far for the Cardinals tonight. Trailing the Dodgers 9-4. Paco Rodriguez is the left-hander we saw in game 1 of this series. And he has been busy in that Dodger bullpen. Al, they have 3 guys with 54 or more games.
Yeah, look at these numbers here. 2-2, 2.25 ERA. Opponents are batting only 138 against him, and he was selected in the 2nd round of last year's draft. Comes out of University of Florida, where he majored in anthropology.
Our Chevy called to the bullpen.
Steven Paco Rodriguez is 21 years of age on opening day, and he got to the big leagues last year. Pitched in 11 games last year with a 1.35 ERA. Very unusual delivery, the way he reaches back, holds the ball, and stops. And then still can get the momentum going from the dead stop.
Nasty slider. Strikes out Matt Adams. Tight spin on that breaking ball from Rodriguez. There's the spin and the location. Normally in pitching mechanics, and we had a nice look at that, you would not teach to have the elbow or to have the ball close to your head. And that's basically where he gets it. He pulls it out of his glove and brings it right almost to his ear.
It's like he's pulling back the bow, the string on a bow.
Exactly.
Shows it, but you know, your timing, you're kind of getting there and you're getting set, and all of a sudden he stops, and you know, your hands drop or your foot goes forward.
Certainly very deceptive. Good movement on that sinker. Tony Cruz bounces out. 1-3. 6 straight Cardinals retired.
Come through this swing, watch the bat shatter right off the end of the bat, and didn't see it shatter. Boy, they glued that bat quick, did they?
Well, it sounded like it shattered. And it probably felt like it shattered.
There was vibration in the hands. Put it that way.
On the infield. Another quiet inning for St. Louis. On to the ninth.
In St. Louis, coming up after the game on the post-game edition of Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live. Pat Paris and Jimmy Ballgame are at Lumiere Place. Shelby Miller goes down with an elbow contusion after just 2 pitches. We'll have an update on Shelby. What lies ahead for the Cardinal rotation? They'll look at that. We'll also have Cardinal play reaction and Mike Matheny's post-game action or post-game reaction. All that's coming up For now, we head back to the booth and Rick and Chubosky.
Thanks, Jim. It's been fun being up here with Chubosky on Star Wars Day at Busch Stadium. And so far, Keith Butler's been having fun. He had a very good 8th inning, struck out the side. He will face Punto in the top of the order here in the 9th inning. The Cardinals trailing by 5. Still a glimmer of hope. Cardinals will have Cosma in the top of the order in the bottom of the 9th inning. And for fans asking about Yadier Molina, as Jim has been reporting, and the Cardinals have been saying hopefully that Yadi would be ready to come off on the 15th of August, the disabled list. That would be his first day of being eligible. That would be the final game against the Pirates on this homestand.
You know, it's kind of redundant where every day everybody asks Mike Matheny, and it doesn't matter. I think he will be ready on the 15th. They want to get all the swelling out of there and before he starts any kind of baseball activity, and that will start later this week. But
those two among many that would love to see Yadi back.
Oh, absolutely.
Ready to go.
All with.
I think folks just want to make sure that Yadi's still on track to get back, and we hope he is. By the way, this copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Leadoff walk. Punto aboard for Crawford. 3-hit night for Carl Crawford. Dodgers sure have found some offense here tonight. The Cardinals pitching has not had very many games like this season.
No, and that's why sometimes, Mike wants that luxury of having that long man, but most of the time you don't need him for that one time every 2 or 3 weeks.
Line drive to center. In comes Jay. He's not going to get it. Plays it on a hop. So for the 5th time, Crawford aboard. 4 hits and a walk. Butler's 9th, not like his 8th. One thing we have not really talked much about, Al, and despite the bad turn of events with Shelby Miller on the second pitch of this game, in some ways, after hearing that the results of the x-rays were negative, which was very good news, at some point you got to consider the fact that it could have been worse.
Oh yeah, and a fracture,
sure,
which you would hate to think could be career threatening, but let's look at the positive side. And the Cardinals, Mike Matheny, got out of that inning without him, run being scored. Thought Westbrook was the best option, starter for tomorrow. Put him in there, but it didn't work out. But tomorrow the sun will come up, won't it?
Yes, it will.
The only thing this club needs is a little winning streak. That takes care of everything in this game.
Very possible. We talked pretty extensively in game 1 of the series just what the Dodgers did to get out of last place and into first place and become the talk of all baseball. And they did that in spectacular fashion. We mentioned they're 15-3 since the All-Star break, but
32 and 8. 32 and 8 last 40 games, and it coincided with Puig coming up, and also Hanley Ramirez getting healthy. They're playing without their center fielder, Matt Kemp, very talented player.
Pitching has come together. Their bullpen got better.
Been outstanding, yeah. I mean, the bullpen really came together on that on the 15-game winning streak on the road. They were like almost 4 ERA, and then they got to about 1.3.
So for the Cardinals to go on this winning streak that you're hopeful for, what are some of those elements that need to take place for them?
Well, I think you just need to, you have to get good starting pitching. That just sets the tone. We hate to harp on it, but it does set the tone. You got to play good defense. You got to get outstanding hitting from everybody. Bullpen has to do their job. Can't do much better with runners in scoring position, but it's been crazy that they've hit that well for this long. And we know it won't continue, but we sure would like it to.
Adrian Gonzalez has an RBI. 6 Dodgers, in fact, can say that. Schumacher, who was 0 for 14 coming into this game, has 3 of those RBIs for Los Angeles.
You kind of feel that there is something a little bit amiss with the Cardinals. That it's not firing all cylinders. They need something. And part of it is, I think, is the inconsistency. Our starting pitching is good, usually at home, pitch much better. But on the road, they've had their problems. Got off to a good streak on the road, and then
20-9 at one point.
But right now it's still not bad, but not when you had the 11 games over 500. Cardinals bid 25 games over 500, like Pittsburgh is now for the first time.
John Jay on the move, has it. So 2 pop-ups induced by Butler.
Cardinals are just 5 games over 500 on the road. There's a difference of still being in first place if they would have maintained the 11 over. There's a lot of season left. I'd rather be in the Cardinals' position than a lot of clubs chasing them.
No question. Wonder whether the Cardinals, just in general, that 7-game losing streak that the Cardinals had to start the road trip, maybe shook them a little bit. Maybe you said maybe that's what's not on all cylinders right now. Just a little bit of a blow that they're still recovering from. Did win 2 out of 3 in Cincinnati. But I agree, not quite right yet. Get one more look at Yasiel Puig here tonight. Walked twice, base hit, bounced out twice. A lot of fans are very anxious to watch him play in this series.
One of the differences between the Cardinals and the Pirates right now is interleague play. Pirates are 12-5, Cardinals 8-9.
That is the difference. So a couple of walks in the inning and a base hit have loaded the bases for Ethier. A lot of base runners in this game.
Dodgers have stranded 11, but with 16 hits, they've already scored 9 runs. Butler's second inning of work, he had a 1-2-3. 8th inning where he struck out the side, and the second inning is giving him some fits. But one good pitch, he's out of the inning.
Hoping for that. Every Dodger with a hit in this game. And a long night for Tony Cruz.
Tony got crossed up on that, was thinking it was a fastball, and got an off-speed pitch. So watch him kind of box this ball because he's looking for something else.
just survival at that point. When you don't get the pitch where you think you're going to get it, you just have to.
Did get the fastball and got the sinker.
Right. Andy Bennett tells a great story of being caught by Tom Pagnazzi. Shook him off about 4 times, and Tom Pagnazzi got mad at him behind the plate. He kept putting the numbers down. He went out to talk to him. He said, I tell you what, I'll just sit back there. You throw whatever you want because I can catch whatever you've got anyway. And
not what you want to hear from your
pitcher,
but
that made Andy madder.
Yeah.
And in between innings, he came in. That ball's fair down the line and into the corner. And it's going to clear the bases. Puig scores all the way from first, a 3-run double. And the Dodgers tack on more here in the 9th inning. So 1 pitch from getting out of this inning, and Butler can't make it happen.
Left it down in, got a one-handed swing, and just lifted it and got all the way to the right field wall. Eric Lilliquist calling down, but hopefully Keith Butler will get the final out before anybody can get up in the bullpen.
So Andy Bennis finishes that story, and he said it was actually ended up being a pretty positive, powerful experience for him, because after he and Pagnazzi yelled at each other, Pags put his finger in his chest and said, I just want you to trust me. And Andy said he learned a lesson from that, and it was really a life lesson for him.
Yeah. And really, I mean, they're both real good friends of ours.
Sure.
And, you know, I think at times, particularly times with Andy's career, you know, he needed to follow his catcher. How about the end when he came up with a split finger pitch, resurrected his career, but I think he kind of knew that, yeah, I can end it on a high note right now, and if I come back, it probably won't work.
Schumacher, another base hit. This one to left field, and the Dodgers are going to score another one. As Ethier picks up the 4th Dodger run of the inning. Another hit for Schumacher. He has 3 and now 4 RBIs on the night. Wow.
Seen him take balls to left field an awful lot, even though Holiday didn't pick it up cleanly. It's a base hit, an RBI for Skip. I have a feeling he may be Jim Hayes' guest.
Good chance.
Barring a touchdown and an extra and a field goal. Getting that time, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Wasn't that long ago we were seeing the Cardinals with a score like this, 13-4, or even better. $13-0. Final game of Pittsburgh, and then we had 13 runs in Cincinnati and 15 runs on Sunday. It's a lot more fun when it's the Cardinals doing the hit.
Better believe it. Butler struggling to get through the 9th. He's given up 4 runs after striking out the side in the 8th.
And we got Rob Johnson warming up in the bullpen.
Oh boy.
Skip has made 2 scoreless pitching outings for the Dodgers this season. One of those, you know, you love to see a position player, but sure don't want to see at the expense of a pitcher.
41 pitches for Butler. Line drive foul, and just running on fumes right now, isn't he?
He was so effective that first inning, striking out the side, but struggle here. 43 pitches thrown.
I understand when Schumacher, Al, the games you're talking about came into pitch, he was throwing 90 miles an hour plus.
Yeah, and he's got that good arm. I think one of them was in a 16-0 game. But the Dodgers know about what it feels like to be on the other end. 16-1 loss. You may see him now.
I think Mike Matheny has seen enough, concerned about his pitcher getting too many pitches, and just wants to kind of stop it while he can. And he's going to go to Rob Johnson. We didn't think we'd see him pitch tonight. This will be interesting. Schumacher, a 3 for 6 night, 3 hits, 4 RBIs, and a run scored. And our Chevy call to the bullpen is Rob Johnson.
Second major league appearance on the mound. Last year for the Mets, he threw a shutout inning against Toronto. And he gets Poco Rodriguez, Dodger pitcher. Poco probably a little unsure with a position player on the mound. Didn't want to get hit. As the ball's in on him.
90 miles an hour. It's a catcher's arm for you.
Yep. Short arms it.
He wants that strikeout, doesn't he? Johnson, the delivery. And he gets him. Way to go, Rob Johnson. Ninth for the Dodgers. We have seen a ton of hits and a ton of runs here tonight.
And hopefully we see a whole bunch more.
Make a winner of Rob Johnson.
How about that? Could happen.
It could.
We could win the lottery too with the Powerball.
I wonder what the odds are of each of those occurrences. About the same.
Powerball. No, I think Powerball will still be
A little better.
quite a bit tougher.
Oh,
to win.
tougher.
Tougher to win.
Okay. I like your optimism, I guess.
10 runs here.
Pete Kozma swings at the first pitch, fouls it back. Kozma came on as part of a double switch and struck out his first plate appearance.
Fans are rooting for Pete. Dodgers signed Carlos, and then same in the minor leagues. Thought they saw a mechanical flaw. Thought they corrected. Throwing good.
I'll say 94.
First one was 95. You know. I was getting closer to the Powerball with 1 out. 10 runs needed.
Carpenter has 2 hits on the night. And I think the real story at the end of this day is going to be the game lost, number 1, but you can get past that. But what do you lose with Shelby Miller?
Yeah, how long?
And we won't have an answer for that right away. We should caution everybody to think that we would. You have to give him some time to find out just what a good night's sleep will do for his elbow and the swelling.
Feeling he's not going to get a good night's sleep.
Yeah, probably right.
Hopefully a report tomorrow with swelling down and a little more movement in that arm. Probably be a couple days before you really know it. And there's a lot at stake this season, but he's got a long career ahead of him. It's more important. Go.
3 hits for John Jay tonight.
17 runs, 28 hits, 3 errors. 20 left on between the 2 clubs.
Would not call this a pretty game.
Even from the Dodgers side, they're probably not real happy with the way this has transpired.
You gotta like their offense, though.
Yeah. Cardinals came in leading in batting average, but Cardinals got 10 hits in this game, but Dodgers were second. They have 18 hits. This will be the last time we do a Star Wars thing.
We're going to have to pick another movie series. Ball gets away. Carpenter to second. I think it went downhill today after they started doing the Gangnam Style out in center field.
And it became Sleepless in Seattle or St. Louis.
You're right about that. we hope David Eckstein comes back again. We hope he's not disappointed. Meet his wife Ashley here. She threw out the first pitch just a couple hours ago. Closing in on 4. Swing and a miss by Jay. 2 strikeouts for Marmol, and Adrian Chambers will pinch hit.
Happy to be getting this opportunity. He acknowledged that he was on the postseason roster the last 2 years, and he was set down. He realized that he went down with the wrong attitude, and finally kind of straightened that out. Started hitting the ball much better. Had a 4-for-4 night. Got called up to the big leagues.
And who can forget the moment Adrian Chambers racing home, Cardinal victory. Marmol on the mound as a Cub.
That's right.
These two meet again. Hyunjin Ryu will pitch for the Dodgers in the finale tomorrow. And we can only guess and speculate who will pitch for the Cardinals. Jake Westbrook called into action today. Tough night for the Cardinals pitching staff. Cardinals down to their last strike here in the ninth. Cardinals were within 1, Al, of tying that long series total. 1,009 wins for the Cardinals, 1,010 for the Dodgers. Looks like the Dodgers are going to get that 2-game lead back in the all-time series as Chambers bounces out. And this night has been all Los Angeles Dodgers.
It was a tough game for the Cardinals, especially with the loss of their starter Shelby Miller. Hopefully it will not be a disablement. Hopefully he will be just a short period of time. But it was good to see some of our friends from the Dodgers, Schumacher, Punto, Mark McGuire. But Cardinals need to come back tomorrow. You can forget about this one and come back and start the nice winning streak.
13-4 LA. Plenty to break down on the post-game show. And that's coming up next.